US stocks extend fall. That's the Nasdaq down 1% now. They're keeping on the S&P down around spot 9%. So the White House stating they're not going to comment on reports of imminent Iran attacks on Israel. They say it is a viable threat and they're watching it very, very closely though.
Four computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So the White House still deemed the potential threat by Iran to be real and credible. So seeing from Al Jazeera breaking on Twitter, they're citing Israeli Channel 12, saying that the security consultations begin with the participation of Israel's PM Netanyahu. They're saying they're going to discuss the possibility of an Iranian response. So again, this is Al Jazeera breaking, citing Israeli Channel 12.
Morning, Flex.
So seeing the US Treasury yield slip further, 10-year yield now down 9 basis points on the day to around 4.489%.
All right, so again, just back to the low of this range. The structure that we mooned through yesterday that Mario was talking about, that balance, we have now fallen right back down. If you watched Mario's video, you know that he was talking about this double distribution. We have fallen through the double distribution to our lower node and are now trading at the edge of our lower node. We want to see if 94s will continue to hold, if we can build back above this 15 to 18, right? The high of this node. If we can build here, we can then push right back up. If 94s fail, things get a bit rough, where we look for 84 and then 73. And yeah, you're basically looking for balance between 94 area here and this 215, 218 until we see acceptance outside of either one of these edges. Okay? Easy enough. You can look for a local pivot at this 204 to 208 above.
And the White House say they're still waiting on a response from Hamas after the latest round of hostage talks.
Okay. So far, it's still just rejecting yesterday's value, low on ES. Nothing really to add. Just waiting for our reaction, either back above value at that 204, 205 area, or a push down to our 95, 93 area. Our ranges, again, haven't really changed.
So seeing a tweet here from Al Jazeera Breaking. They say an American official told Al Jazeera that reports about the possibility of launching an attack, of Iran launching an attack on Israel today, Friday, are not yet confirmed. Brent crude futures extending rise up 2.6% now. It's above $92 a barrel. So more reports from Al Jazeera on Twitter. They say an American official told them that they're moving additional military capabilities to the region to enhance regional deterrence and measures to protect their forces as well.
So we're looking for 93 to 95 to now be resistance, ideally, on retest. Or a push down to 84s. If 84s become resistance, we look for 73s. We recover 95, 94, then we trade back up. Either we accept back into balance, or we reject. No change.
Mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
It's the same thing on NQ. We need to breach below 23s. We need to test 200, and then we can go for the value low yesterday down here. So 23 is kind of your pivot. You can see that, right? Like, it's not obvious. The sense of this distribution from yesterday. This is our edge. We want to see acceptance here. And then we can trade these lower ranges, or we're just going to rotate back up to POC and then to the high edge. Yeah, those are ugly. It's so ugly. Oh boy, I'm tired. Nice, good job, Ty. Kind of a gamba, but I like it. Better than holding futures overnight and trying for it. I like it. I'm so glad that I haven't had to update our simple levels. They've worked for 3 weeks. Love that. True. Some say lazy, some say efficient, you know? Maybe both. Nice. 94 down to 84. Huge. Look at you. You're playing the range. 10 points. Congrats. Now you're trapped between 84 and 94. Need to see acceptance below 84s for a push down to 73s. We are moving in 10-point increments. Okay. Okay. See what I mean? 10 points above and below. All firms use SMAs or some shit? What? How's that a whistleblower? Big if true. Oh my. Run of caffeine. This is the worst. Oh, it's this guy. Bro, what is the... I wrote an essay. Imagine not trading the 5-second SMA.
US stocks extend their fall. That's the Dow Jones down 1% now. S&P's down over 1% at around 1% in the red.
I really try not to be like ageist, but when I see like really young people telling me what hedge funds are doing, it's just immediately noise. It's like it's just immediately noise. It's like when PB Investing, who's still in high school, getting yelled at and asking his teacher if he can use the bathroom, is trying to tell you what hedge funds are doing. Man had to raise his hand to go use the restroom, and you're trusting him with financial advice. That's crazy. Like, you might have a working model, I don't know, but like, don't tell me it's because what hedge funds are doing. Just don't talk out of your ass. I'm not gonna talk out of mine. Like, don't just like lie to people. Holy. Jesus. All right, we're at our 84s. We're looking for either a bid here or a push below in Pierce for a move down to 73s. Again, we're seemingly moving in like 10-point increments on ES. This is the low of our, let me go back to the higher time frame. This is where we are, guys. This is our gap fill that we did the other day and has been acting as our low of this balance. Either that low will maintain at this 84 or we'll look for 73s. Got our rejection at our 204 when I got on. At the mid of our balance, we then pushed below our 95, 93, re-offered it, and are now at our 84s. I don't know what happens. Either we hold 84s like we have the last 3 attempts, or we will push below. It'll then offer just like we saw at our 94, and then we can trade down to our 73. With how trend is moving, I would assume that we're going for 73. We shall see. I'm glad you both have the thing that is a type of algo. Does that give you any edge? Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. Watch our reoffer here at 84s. And Q at our next target off the break of 23s. Russell holding this low, which is interesting. We're either looking for a claim of 84s with the Russell being able to push, hold this range, kind of like signifying a local low, or Russell's going to lose momentum and Q's going to break below 200s. 84s are going to reject any yes, and then we'll get continuation down. It's through my vape. Jesus, sorry. The algos, man. What does ICT call it? The ghost or something? The ghost of turtle soup. Because that's what's one of his things, man. It's turtle soup. Is there a stock we should be watching today? Any Gamba in the chat? Where's Maldito asking me for Boeing? All right, 200's held, pushing back to our 23s on NQ. No real change. This is our POC shift on the Russell. Basically just between this 30 and this 38 on RTY is our current range that I have highlighted. Need to see a break back above our Wednesday's value low and our ETH low for any more move, or we're just going to chop around here. Until we see 84s show as our offer on the Pierce below, really not much there. Again, just kind of like trading in 10-point increments on ES. Really watching NQ and RTY to let us know if we're going to have more legs down. We saw them bottom out. We know that NQ is at a local pivot at this 23. So you got a 30-point range or 20-point range right now on NQ, with a higher target, like another points above at that 40 area. Just this node that we're trying to build out. We want to see weakness below 200s on NQ, and we want to see weakness below 30 on RTY for more downside. The overall trend is down. There's really not much to say. Look at this thing. Matilda? He's doing you dirty, man. The video? Alright, I'll check out the video. 223 rejection, Pierceville at 200s. Let's see if it holds off or no in NQ. Russell held our POC as resistance right back down to the bottom of the range. And looking at our 84s now, seeing if we can now get a re-offer for that move down to 73. Watching the Russell. Nah, Rory, I'm not in a position. I'm waiting. I want to see this break, because this is either going to base, and it's going to be horrible here, or we'll get the next leg, and it'll be very obvious when we do. Yeah, man. Nothing, no change. I just turned them on. All same levels. We're just building out this node here at the lows, right? New PVZ zone just opened. Why is PVZ off? What is this? There you go. This seems like just one of those things where we're letting our AVWAP come up and catch, right? And then we get one of these, and then we trap some buyers and push back down. We'll see. I don't know. That would be my guess. Excuse me. What news do we have for us today? Fed's speaking at 12 and at 1. And then just count. And then we have some Fed speakers. Okay. Hard is single-handedly holding us below this 23. Crazy. Yeah, you might be on sim, but the market makers are following your account, bro. that the vibe? Escape the fate? Wow. I think that would actually give me PTSD if I listened to that song. Vector 84 is here on ES. Just waiting for these things to range break and then retest, or we'll just continue to trade in this range. Watching NQ approach our 200s again off of another 23 rejection. Alright, again, we're just building out these lower distributions. Watching our Russell into this 2940, our value low. Basically the only value structure we have to play off of on the low side. Everything else, right, our value low on ES is at 93s.
So noting the volatility index, the VIX hitting the highest since October 2023 at 18.66. Analyst commentary on the markets today is the global financial world is roiled by a flare-up in geopolitical risks that sent stocks sliding, while spurring a flight to the safest corners of the markets, from bonds to gold and the dollar. Also noting oil rallied today as well, with Brent hitting as high as $92 a barrel earlier in the session.
If you're playing off 84s, it's a good first risk off or move stops to at least break even. If you're just playing this range, I don't know how many range traders are out there right now, but again, like, this is just our lower distribution that we're building out. We know that we need to get through this LVN above us for upside, make this supportive to then transact back into this range. Same thing on NQ. I think NQ is definitely showing it a bit better. Like a very clear imbalance above that we're going to need to fill. Get back into structure. How cold is it outside? It's 44 again. God, I hate this place. I'm not moving to Florida flex. Back to the top of our range. First PT. Back to our 23s on NQ. Russell getting a bit of a little move there. We need Russell over 35s for really anything. What's up, Gav? You don't see the long? I mean, you don't, doesn't have to be a great long there. It's just the range that we're trading in with NQ and RTY also coming down into the lows. So like either you're waiting for that structural break or you're expecting buy side pressure to still be there relief wise, right? So it's not really a play on ES, it's just the range in which we've been bouncing repeatedly for a week. Do I think that's going to hold forever? No. But like, as NQ comes back down into the lows and is making a higher low, and the Russell is coming back down into value, and we're maintaining higher lows here, it's like either 84s are going to hold on the low tail of this distribution, right? This is where all of our volume is right now in this low. So 84s will continue to bid, and we'll trade back up, right, into this upper side. Or we're going to start to develop this lower tail, and then we can look for a push down. So it's just one of those levels where, I mean, I'm just watching the profile. That's literally it. Like if you look at your DOM, you can see the taper of the volume on your DOM right now. If you have the profile on, you can see that all of our volume tapers out at that 85, 84, and then all the volume tapers out at that 90 to 90, 90.5 above. So like that's the range. Get me? Like go look at your DOM and show me where the volume's being traded. Because we don't have a ton of like, you know, quote unquote structure to play off of right now. I'm just looking at where people are transacting via the DOM. So we're looking at like 2 volume shelves on either side. I don't have level 2. Jesus Christ. Alright, well. Here, I can show you. Is that a helpful visualization? I mean, it's literally just a node. But being able to see it on your DOM can sometimes be incredibly helpful. Back to the top of our range here. It's our LVN, NQ value low. RTY back to the high of the range. Good. First PT or area to move stops up. Need to reclaim our ETH low on ES. Right, this is our 94 again. Imagine. well as NQ attempting to build above our value. Nah, it's literally just the profile on Dom.
So seeing from Sky News Arabia that the Israeli Minister of National Security holds a meeting with the leader of the police, civil defense and emergency services to ensure that their preparedness for an Iranian strike.
This is where we are, by the way. Did we breach back into balance? Or do we find a seller here where these previous buyers were? And does it turn into a bear flag or continuation down? That is what we are watching for right now. Interesting, Mark. Let me go look at it. The bear fib. Oh, it's the worst, man. Search VP. What the hell? How did that work? Oh, look at that. Interesting. Thank you for showing me this. I will look at it later. Actually, let me just hide that so I don't. That's huge. All right, 94 is rejected again. Back down to our range. What are we looking for here, guys? Right? We want to see if these sellers that were here before are buyers now, right? We want to see if we can hold the upper edge of this node that we've built out at the lows. So, what does that mean? Looking for buy side to be like basically in this area, right? Same thing for the 23s on NQ. We're looking for these sellers to no longer be present who were absorbing here, and we want to see buyers' willingness to bid off of this level and defend. If we pierce back into the range, most likely look for a new low, but really not a ton here as of yet with how little action we've seen. All we know is that this is a nice pivot at our 49s. This was our LVN fill on NQ and our major pivot on ES at this 93.95. Russell also just at the top of its range at POC. They were saying NVIDIA. Let me go look at NVIDIA. What is this? No, I don't even... Probably need to review these. Delete. I mean, this is a big test for NVIDIA here. Let's see what happens as NVIDIA pushes into here. We're holding VWAP right now, so we need to see if VWAP sellers are there. But as we approach, we need to see if this area above holds. If we can push back over POC, probably retrace the entire thing, break the downtrend. This becomes like a pretty significant area with our channel here that we are kind of developing out. Just keeping an eye as we approach. I don't think that there's a great trade present on it right now. Gotta wait. But it is definitely trending. It is nice to see. Just back to our value though, right? I think if we can reclaim this area, right, our value low from our previous session, we probably trade back up to POC. But if this is resistance, then it's coming back down to 88.38. We're accepting for our V1. Then you might have like another like 4 points. If you just look at this as a, this is our range right here. So what happens if we reclaim this as our value low? Well, we'll probably trade the POC. I'd like to see this retest before probably like look back in and do one of these and do it. So this is an important area for me. We want to see if we trap people up here. We then push back below our ETH low and then do this. Or if we can actually build here and then push back up to 204, 208. So watching this 96.75 and looking to see if we push back below 93s or if we can now build at our overnight low. I want to see that kind of like in conjunction with the Russell coming back up to retest this seller from our Wednesday value low and our overnight low, as NQ is also at our PVZ resistance, right? So everything kind of together at the same point, retesting our overnight lows. Can we find acceptance back over? Or is this our resistance? Remember, with the PVZ zones above, this is always your take profit level or looking to position initially short. What we're looking for is a recovery of this level and then a bid off of it for any sort of long. You don't want to be longing into the level. You want to be watching to see our reactions and seeing if we can recover. So if you took longs from our lows at 200s or 203s or the recovery of value, right? This is your first target as we approach into this, like risk off wise. Now we're just looking to see if we can reclaim and make it supportive or if it kind of tops us out here locally. All right, Manly. Have a good one. Glad you're being honest with yourself. What were you looking for that got you offside? Discontinuation, I'm assuming, at the lows. Yeah, it's hard, man. It is hard. That's why, like, we only want to be playing off the edges. So like the 94 first test was pretty solid on the reoffer. But like other than that, it's gonna be really hard in this because we're both like trading slow, and we're also coming down to a significant low, right? So you're gonna have a lot of like size that's pretty passive at these lows. And it's going to trap people who are trying to preemptively look for a larger like breakdown. I totally get it, and that's why I was waiting. It's hard to like you want to be the guy who's in the trade already before the break, but God, is it rough sometimes. Why like I want to wait for this reoffer below this pivot. Or it's like, all right, we're probably just going to transact back up to the mid of this range. Yeah. Because, like, you might be right. Like, we might still get the breakdown. But it's going to trade away from you first, right? Not having that confirmation just feels terrible. But like bigger picture, we might still get it. But how many opportunities do you leave on the table by, you know, being short 84s, hoping for it to break down, and then you've missed the opportunity on the way back up, right? or it gets ugly. I'm glad. I think you played that well then. Like, I think it was, as long as you're not playing heavy and you knew your risk at the lows, and it's fine. Yeah. Great stuff, man. Sounds like you're doing it right. So our NQ 30-second opening range is at 287.25. That's our ORL. I guess I'll mark that. I don't know how much significance that's going to have, but it's probably worth on the first attempt into it. 87. I'd like to see buyers here, ideally, on NQ at this, like, I don't know, 75, 77 area, if it's going to hold for a retest of that ORL. If we start to drop down to repair this candle we just got, this little squeezer, then I don't know if there's anything here yet. Really just watching like our reaction into our ETH low and this this area right here. You want to see buy side willing to kind of like show interest here. If it's going to hold, then a reclaim. What we don't want to see is this fail and then start to offer lower. Keeping an eye on the Russell, seeing if we can hold this pivot for a flag for a push up, retest our overnight low. I think it's a bit early on NQ. Not seeing the bid I want to step in yet. Seeing the resistance. You'll know it'll be a good area to long when our overnight lows start to hold. Like we might bounce here. I don't know. This is just ES retesting what we have drawn, right? We need to see the look below 93s and then offer, or this is just going to flag here and then pop. It's just a pivot, guys. So like just be patient. Wait for someone to actively show their hand if you're not already in off of the ORL. I think it can go either way. If NQ can't get back over our overnight low here at 74, 75, then we can look down, I think. But we want to see the rest of our indices following with that. So like Russell retesting POC as our reoffer on this look below or move down. You want to see ES below 93 and our overnight low for that look down, or I think you can get pretty chopped up here. Here again, like on the higher time frame, we're just trying to find acceptance back into balance right now, right? So it's going to be a bit choppy, and while price kind of does some two-way stuff, seeing if we can hold. We want to just see like this 94 hold. We want to see ES and NQ and RTY all kind of find a higher low and then play off of that. If buyers fail here, just like we were talking about earlier, then you're going to have trapped traders. And then we look for the reoffer and then the punishment back down to 84s. As of right now, right, buyers are just attempting to make this a supportive hold. The weak NQ off of our 30-second ORL. Again, really keeping an eye on the Russell at that 3060 or POC, the reoffer, retrace the range. All right, let's see if we get our reoffer on ES here.
As
Remember,
we've seen from Axios's Barak Ravid, who has a scoop on X.
scoop.
He says Iran sent a message to the Biden administration through several Arab countries earlier this week, noting that if the US gets involved in the fighting between Israel and Iran, US forces in the region will be attacked. This is according to 3 US officials who are being cited by, again, Axios reporter on Twitter, or X.
That's a full move on NQ. ES still kind of just waiting for that 93 hit rejection, watching for the Russell as well. Again, we want to be very careful here because this is the tail of the distribution that we just broke out of. So we want to see a strong offer from a sell side participant to push us down, or this will be where buyers attempt and then try to lift. Being really careful in these lows. It's so slow. No rejection at 93s means that that idea is just not a thing, right? We want to see ETH low hold as resistance. So I think the long is probably still in play. We'll see. Again, I'm not trading this. I'm waiting. I want to see a clear directional hold. I think if you're going to try it on anything, NQ price action is by far the easiest to look at and actually trade.
We have also put out the Axios piece as Iran warns US to stay out of the fight with Israel or face attacks on troops. So that Axios piece is on the feed if anyone's interested.
This is where we want to see offer hold on our 5. If it reclaims, then nothing has changed. Watching our ETH low here on NQ, off the hold of our 50. Stack signal, push up, back to our PVZ value low. You just want to see the Russell and NQ both show, yes. If you're long, yeah, you want to see a look above, and then this to be able to hold, and then reclaim our 87s and build here. Yeah, that is what we're looking for. I'm just not seeing the sell pressure that would be needed for any more downside just right now. It's kind of a lack of interest at key levels on retoasts. So kind of wandering back up to these like VWAPs and 30-second opening kind of makes sense. This is our 30-second opening range low again. Watch our reaction. See if our ETH low can hold here, or if we can just push above our 87s and then show that as bit. Looking for. Once we're able to hold 301 is supportive, 302, 301, 302, that'll be letting us know that we have room, right? Another 30 points up. That'll be interesting to play. I want to see the Russell hold POC here on retest, the zone below. If sell side pressure is going to, like, this is your first area where we see if sellers are relevant, right? This is it. Above, then we look for like 305, sorry, 300, and then like 320. But I think we can just chop up here for a bit. It's on ES, we're watching 203 to 205 as like your first area to see if sell side is present. Like, it should be pretty clear when we are able to hold ORL as a supportive bid. Till then, like, seller will be. Don't transact. I don't think it's worth. When we're bullish, we should see something that looks like this.
So following earnings prints this morning, Citigroup's extending declines to 3.2% now, that being the most since January the 16th. Let's also keep in mind at the top of the hour, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, expecting comments from Fed Goolsbee, who's speaking on Fox Business News.
Hopefully this is helpful. Huge. Congrats, guys. Was that on Top Step, Bruce? What platform have you been using? Nice. Have you tried is it on the X platform or whatever it's called?
So in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we expect comments from Fed Goolsbee, who speaks on Fox Business.
Okay. Yeah, no issue. They made their own platform, so I'm just interested if people are liking it or not. I am not really saying anything particularly interesting right now. I just don't really want to trade this. I want to see acceptance back over our 30-second or our opening range, or it just like looks like chop to me below. Not really in like a NQ scalping mood. There's definitely some trades here on NQ, but ES is it's kind of holding, right? All we're looking for on like the higher time frame is just the ability to build here and show that buyers care. So this can just keep doing this. Then we get a direction. Gotta wait. The things that we do have going for us, just to like give an understanding of what I'm looking at and why I'm saying what I'm saying, is we have our POC that is shifted to the lower edge, right? We have our value low here at 84s. We have our POC here below us. Again, what we're looking to see happen is for buyers' willingness to get us and hold us over our Globex low at this 93.95 and the low end of our, like, I don't know, 3-week balance that we've been here. We want to see acceptance back in. It's going to be tough, right? We are getting some choppy action. It's not as clean as it was yesterday. We need to see if this is going to resist or push back up to at least our 204, right? We know where we are. We know that buy side is below us. We know for shorts, we want to see a push below our 84s.
Shortly
Acceptance
expecting comments from Fed
and these-
Scoresby as they appear on Fox Business News.
And these buyers off sides at this POC shift. Acceptance below our value low or a push down. So like the trades that I'm really interested in here are buy side failure below POC and then a push below value low for a move to 73, or sell side failure at this 93.95 for a push back up to our 204, 208. That's like really all there is right now. But because of how poorly this distribution has kind of been building out on the day, I am not a huge fan of the 94 trade, I'm going to be honest. So I'd rather either wait for us to kind of come back down here to retest our POC at 87.50 to 84, right? This area below this value area, or I'm probably just going to wait. I just don't like this. It looks bad. Like I understand structurally what we want to look for in a higher time frame. I understand. I get it. But just not feeling it. Yeah, again, I think like NQ just is better for like the shorter time frame scalps right now. It just, everything else just looks bad.
So we did see a report that Biden is raising oil drilling royalties and fees on federal land.
It's gotta be a glitch. Oh, I wish I was feeling range trading today, man. I'm just not in the mood. Yeah, nicely done, Sauce. Is NQ into our value low, as well as our AVWAP for the period. Looking to see if our Russell and NQ can find a bid here, or if we reject, push below, and then re-offer value as resistance for a shift in our trend. Pretty pivotal area for NQ, right? Either buyers are found here again and are able to lift, sellers push below, we find acceptance here, trade back down to 23s. It is basically all that we're seeing. Watching the Russell as well at our POC, seeing if we can hold this range that we've been transacting in. Sellers are trying to take control of this 93.95 on ES, holding offer as of right now. We want to see if any looks below our value be bought up and then recover off of that 50 for a bid, or if this again holds for a move down to 20. This is your first target on ES, where we look to see if buy side is willing to defend this fixed range at the low. gonna try to make scribbles a little nicer. Again, I don't think there's a ton here. If you're not willing to just scalp for like, 2 to 5 points. But there's, I don't know, it's like zero interest. Watch our reoffer here on NQ. This is what we were looking for. You want to see the ability to hold below this 50, 45 to 50. If we bid above, then I think we'd probably just come back up. Right, we want to see this acceptance below for any sort of like real downside.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So seeing reports that the US faces pushback on more chip curbs as the election nears. So seeing people familiar with the meeting describing pushbacks on the chip curbs.
All right, we are back to our 84s here. We want to see this 82 to 84 show as our offer for the look to 73s if it's going to do it. Keep an eye on the Russell coming down into value low as well as NQ for a potential relief bounce before any more downside occurs. Getting a bit of speed on tape here. Now watching to see if we bottom out for short term as everything comes down into value. We want to see a breach below our ES value low, not a hold of it. You want more downside, or this will be the little low here, our oscillation. Yeah, the P&L doesn't hold until end of day at least, right? And then you'll probably get an email over the weekend with the, like, account details, I'd assume. But like your P&L isn't even set in stone until end of day, end of session. So you probably won't see anything until at least 6, I would say. Probably after that. There's your value low on NQ. You should get a reoffer.
So Fed Goolsby on Fox Business says the US is in an environment of cross currents.
Cross currents.
And Goolsby says multiple inflation readings are higher than we want.
Yeah, the 23 short was good. Down to a value low. Again, I think NQ is by far the easiest thing to play today. Oh, okay, this isn't a today thing. Yeah, I'm not sure then, Bruce. I thought you got like funded today. My bad. Watch for our reoffer again. That's what we were just talking about.
Fed Goolsby
Want to see
comments
if
that I don't
values
like to
now
put constraints
resistance
on what the Fed
our
might do
84
at a
area,
future meeting.
82, 84 on yes. But we're looking for sellers to show their hand if they will. If they want more downside, right? This is where we'll be looking. They approach this, looking for weakness on the Russell as well into our value low reoffer. If you're trading NQ, right, we're watching to see if this reclaim of our value low here holds, right? And if we can get back over 23s as that's happening. Again, watching ES 8284, seeing if our seller is willing to sit there.
The long arc on inflation shows it is coming down from high levels. If PCE shows better readings, that will make us feel better. And Goolsby adds that if PCE is reinflating, the Fed will stabilize prices. So again, if PCE inflation shows the arc continues, I'll feel a lot better.
I think these reclaims of value are like one of the scalp trades that you can take. Now we just wait to see if we have weakness across the board at this 84 as NQ tests the 23. See if the Russell can hold. Right? We're looking to see if things can build or if they come down.
And Fed Scoresby says the question of the last mile on inflation is a little harder. Supply may not help as much as. And Fed Scoresby says the most important number in the immediate term on inflation is what's happening with housing.
We want to see a breach below 82, so you don't want buy side to hold this. We want to see the offer shift from 84 to 82. If sellers are serious, we don't want them to be able to maintain a higher low. I just marked the 82 on the chart, actually.
And Fed Scoresby says, I thought housing inflation would be coming down by now.
Did you? Did you now?
Scoresby adds that if shelter inflation does not come down to where it was before the pandemic, it will be hard to get back to target.
Get me out of here. Russell needs to find a top. Recovery of values, the same trade on NQ that just happened. Oh my god. We might actually be trapped in this range the entire day.
Fed Scoresby says Middle East instability is a wild card for the Fed in terms of oil prices and gas. A negative supply shock is not good.
Come on. Give me more than 4 points. Need to see the Russell break. Nothing is confirmed. Okay, I'm gonna risk off one here into our low, but hopefully we get some continuation. That sucked. Looking for 73 still on a break of 76. Nice Fark. Congrats, man. NQ double bottom potentially. Again, we're at our value low here. RTY is still holding our value low. Just took one off into our low here on ES just because I don't know if we're going to get continuation with both of these being at value.
So
I want to see the breach
Israel
below
war room
and then
account on
continuation
Twitter,
down
so again,
for the last
unverified
leg.
Twitter source. They say a hostile aircraft infiltration in northern Israel near the Lebanon border.
Or we will just continue to rotate. Yeah, no, this price action is garbage. Garbage. Again, it's much better on NQ than ES.
Fed Goolsby as well adds that market movements are mostly noise, though financial conditions do impact the economy with a long lag.
Thank God. Holy.
And the Fed Goolsby interview with Fox Business has now ended.
There it is. You love to see it. Here, you can watch me get stopped out at the highs and then re-enter at 82 like we were talking about and then take off. I exited into 73s. I'll look for more on retests of our value on RTY and Q. Looking for more downside on a breach below 74s and offer if it's going to do it. That sucked. I'm again watching for retests of value here, seeing if we can get the breakdown on RTY and Q so we have a bit of a smoother move. I'm deleting this. You want to see the Russell reject here. So again, like this is how I interacted here. This is me getting stopped out of my short here. I wasn't sure. And then I added again into our 82s once I saw that weakness with the rest of the market. Took profit into here is our first attempt, and into here into our 73s. Now we wait to see if NQ and RTY can show that same weakness, right? At our value. If NQ recovers our value low, we look for a rebid like that and a push back up to our range. The 23 area. If it holds and the Russell holds, then we will get continuation down. We want the market moving together so we don't run into that same issue again where things are the worst. Tell you what, that trade did not feel great. So far getting what we need to see on RTY and Q for that continuation. Just need to see a breach on 73s and then reoffer, and we should be able to get overall market move down because everything is pushed, right? Break a value for expansion downside. We can do this.
So in afternoon trading, noting the S&P 500 extending declines to almost 1.5% now.
Come on. So nice when things are in
Analysts
sync,
note
man.
equities falling at the end of a wild week on news reports around Israel as they are bracing for an unprecedented attack by Iran on government targets as soon as Saturday. So treasuries climbed across the US curve as well as the greenback hit the highest level this year. A Wall Street so-called fear gauge, the VIX, also spiked to levels last seen in October of last year.
That's my doctor. Holy. Hopefully I helped you prevent some garbage trades up here at this 93.95. At least we got the move now, right? Like that's good. Good. But God, was that miserable. Should look for reoffers, bit of relief here, and then we get some continuation.
Hello, everybody.
Yo, what's up?
Happy Friday.
It's something.
Happy Sell Day Friday.
The worst sell day. Feels terrible.
Yeah, like when I didn't look at the market till like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. And I like looked at the higher time frame. I was like, "Go, okay." And I like looked at lower and I was like, "Oh, this looks kind of weird."
Yeah. I'd like to see one more leg. Just waiting on the Russell to find resistance again. Might need to come back up to 26, 25. See? To retest that imbalance. But NQ basing, Russell also attempting a higher low, but I think that it'll probably just get offered again. Another leg.
I'm trying to brainstorm on that stuff you sent me last night, Sig.
Yeah. I just have to see if it's feasible. I'm gonna try to work it out this weekend.
I wonder if we, even smaller time frame, could actually do like a delta thing where in like a 2-second or
Mm-hmm.
5-second, and it's like just candle direction and then total volume, and then it's kind of like quasi like
That's
if
what
it
I
goes
was thinking. Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like there's aggressive sellers.
I think we can potentially inference it. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
gonna be, but I think like it might be good enough if we then use that data for then a higher time frame, which is kind of what I was
Sure.
getting at.
Yes, I agree. Interesting. I have to think about that.
But it got me excited because if we would be the only one on the platform that would have anything.
Yeah.
We want to see 6650 offer on a pierce below. Or a continued downside, I think. Just short term. That's why I just put this fixed range on. You've got balance right now, right? This bid stepping in will look like us then holding into that 6950 for a retest of our 73s. We want to see a seller step in and then show that these buyers are no longer interested, and then offer down for a push. Got our retest on the Russell right where we were looking, that 25.6, right? But we need to see a break of this basing. We want to see our reoffer again hold here, ideally on ES if it's going to do it. Really keeping an eye on NQ as we push into 45s. Let's reoffer on ES. Might not be ready if we don't see a strong sell. Try to step in here to defend. They're trying to hold it at that 66.25. Liquidity present there. Hold. I think the Russell might need to come up to that 26.3 first. Need to see the weakness, man. Gonna have another rotation.
These like last couple of 65 tests on ES don't look horrible, but then there's just no lift.
Mm-hmm. Why does it? Why did that one work? This one didn't. Watching the reoffer here on that liquidity at 26.3 on the Russell. See if they hold it, or if we're gonna have to come back. I want Russell to reject here, ideally. It's going to keep going down. Or it looks like we'll probably need to come back up to 73s on ES. RTY doesn't reject.
So just keep in mind at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern, I do see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes numbers. Rig count, the prior was 508. Total rigs, the prior was 620. After this, at around 1:35 p.m. Eastern Time, get comments from Fed's Schmid as well. Again, that's just around 40 minutes time there.
Perfect. See if we get any follow through now. It was taken, but I don't know if there's going to be enough. Need a breach below that 25.4. Offer again, move down, or it'll just hold, push back up the value. I want weakness on the Russell off that 26.3. Then ES follow through. Or again, we're just probably going to have to rotate slow grind up to value lows again. I'm glad you had a good day today, man. I personally am really not trading a lot of this. I've taken like 5 trades, but I'm glad that at least I was helpful to you. Like, I have been being like pretty cautious with
5 minutes away now to the top of the hour, and we should get the Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs prior was 508, total rigs prior 620.
This is where we're at for the day. I don't know why I'm not trading NQ, but for some reason I just like it's not feeling. It has by far the better action, but I'm just a yes trader today. That's a scene from Al Arabia that Iranian media talks about an imminent attack on government targets in Israel within the next 48 hours. So again, this is according to Al So much
Arabia.
Israel
citing
talk today.
Iranian
Holy
media
shit.
now.
What is going on? So I found that 26.3 level just on the DOM, actually. Like, we just saw liquidity. I see this a lot on the Russell more than anywhere else. But, like, they flash the target, like, 90% of the time of where they want price to go. I see it, I can see it much more clearly on RTY compared to ES and Q, just because it's so odd when you see, like, liquidity stacking at a higher price or below, compared to, like, NQ ES, which has just so much more. But like it's very clear with the what is it even called? The market depth on Tradeovate, just on chart on a 1 minute. Like you can just watch them flash it over and over again. I look for those levels for offers all the time.
Shortly expecting the results of the weekly US Baker Hughes numbers. On release, we'll lead with the rig counts.
What we call a ghetto book map, you know? Just have to remember where they were.
It's the hard. Use a brain.
Yeah.
Can't use my brain. This isn't thinking time.
So same as before, I want to see the offer hold if this is going to have any sort of legs on it at like at this tail. Just like we were looking before at the 6650, you want the offer to stick there, or this seems like we'll rotate again.
Seeing Baker Hughes' total rig count coming in at 617, 617.
I think that's the end of the news for the day. Oh, maybe we have a Fed speaker like 30
Still
minutes
waiting
before
for the oil
close.
rig count.
Or no, we have one. Wait, never mind. I lied to you. We have a Fed speaker in 35 minutes, and then we have another Fed speaker in half after that.
Are banks moving at all pre-earnings? I guess a lot of them happened this morning, right?
I haven't looked.
Man, Citi is so beat down. It's crazy.
And oil rig count 506, 506.
We have futures. Yeah. And your ex. Not good enough for Mario Serve.
Beat down? Yeah, but look at it like structurally compared to like the rest of the banks. Like most banks are over 2020 highs and Citi is not. I think it's actually trading like undervalue. I mean like you're right, you know what I mean? I should have clarified.
I just took off
What else?
risk here. One lot off. Again, just playing off of that Russell reoffer and then the offer into 6650 on ES. Looking for 57s if we get another leg down. This is technically potential support on NQ at 5 though. 45s don't hold. I'll look for a rotation down to 22s.
Look at this harmonic from 2022.
Hell yeah.
Those levels 2 years later, easy. But like, yeah, I mean, this is what I was.
Gave you the thumbs up.
I mean, and also like perspective here, the surf, like it's trading like 2015 levels still. Versus like here. Like this is weekly of like JPM. Like that thing's schmoving, you know what I mean?
We want to see this LVN that we just created hold, right? Want to see offer stick here. So that move down to 57s if you're going to get it. Don't know if it happens immediately with NQ holding. Need to see a pretty strong sell step in, or we might need to rotate one more time back up to retest the high of this. Right, we've got this distribution being made. Might need to come back up into this reoffer. They're not doing enough illegal things. Problem.
all these banks, like the reports are actually really good. They just got rushed.
NQ really helping us here. Russell coming back up into our sell. Back to value. What's up, Nick? Watching reoffers if they're going to happen. I would like to see a break of these higher lows. Just in the shorter term trend. Before attempting again. Just this little lift. Afternoon, man. Good afternoon. All right, I'll get off the smaller time frame chart on for you guys. I'm sorry. I just wanted you to see like what I was looking at. Russell really helping, especially with NQ. See if we can break, or if they offer again here at this 26.3. I'm fully out. Stopped out of my last one there. Waiting to see if we get the same trade again. This looks like a range rotation to me so far. Sorry, a node rotation. Surf, do you have Bookmap up always? Like, do you like consistently watch it? Oh. Offering the same place we did last time. Again, I want to see weakness on NQ though for follow through, or I just don't know if the move's going to have legs. Russell is looking fine though. Yes, and just waiting on NQ to break these higher lows. Or I just think there's another much here. I like it when everything's moving together. I don't want to get caught in that chop again that we did earlier today. How you doing today, Nick? You have a good morning?
Perfect surf. Perfect.
Do you find the other tools on Bookmap useful? Like their signals of like the iceberging and stuff like that? Do you think like they're accurate? Oh, okay. You haven't really played around with it. Just you watch like the liquidity, and that's basically it. Just like the depth. Gotcha. I just went through like 4 different webinars last night for Bookmap. And I was just wondering if you like actually thought they were useful in real time or not. That's why. Well. Webinars. I mean, I've sent a couple of them in. Yeah, I can. Yes, the answer. But like, they just have a YouTube channel. Watched a few of them there. Or they'll like go through like breaking down some of like the individual components. That's usually like my first step for like idea gen. It's just like seeing what other platforms are capable of and like what we can bring into TradingView, if anything.
Shortly expecting the reverse repo operation.
New 15s here.
Watched this other one that was good last night. Well, on Footprint. This guy had some interesting takes. I think I can incorporate some of it. That was a good webinar. Watching NQ into 94.201. This is why I didn't want to short again with NQ holding our 45s.
65 counterparties take $407.322 billion at the Fed Reverse Repo operation.
Again, as we traded into 70 there's a big stack on bid that was instantly taken.
This looks like a 170. I'll wait.
According to Israeli media, more than 50 missiles were launched from south towards northern Israel.
The white line?
So just to repeat there,
Yeah,
Israeli
like-
media says more than 50 missiles were launched from South Lebanon towards northern Israel.
Oh, okay, yeah, line. Okay, you said like. That's what I was. Yeah, I see it.
Oh, it's less like for resting orders, I see.
That's interesting.
Range rotation here.
Yeah, I'm not touching this. Russell resisted, still holding. But I will wait. Back to our 45s on NQ. That's a large lot trader. For one lot. So 25% of the orders at that price are single lot or were taken in a single transaction. Like a single order. Or like one lot orders. Sorry. English. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Got it. I'm watching for Russell in the 21. Back to our 45s, and again, if 45s go offer, then I look for 2250. Same as our prior range. Alright, let me read up on. Missile news. Iranian media talks about an impact. Yeah, they've been talking about this all day. I don't know. More than 50 missiles were launched from South Lebanon towards northern. Been a lot of Israel news today. It hasn't really affected the market though. To be honest. Watching our reaction into 21s on RTY. Almost at our target into 57s. Again, I'm not in this rotation. I played the last one to the downside. But this is where I'd be looking to at least move stops down. If NQ can't get back over 45s, probably look 22 and then go for the full fill. Watch the offer here. But I'm kind of interested in this 2021 area on RTY for a potential low. If it's gonna get any relief, this is where I'd be looking.
Microsoft here down into yesterday's lows. Apple yesterday POC. A lot of just tests across the board. Obviously, 57's traded their ES.
You need NQ over 45s again if this is gonna have any sort of merit. But Russell holding our low. Yes, holding our low. Just waiting on NQ. Finally at this area. 55, 57, man. Waiting on it. Chain reaction into 55s here. NQ almost done. That moved at 20. That didn't. What's the chart? Like this 55, 57 holds, or I don't really have a ton until. Oh, I don't have these on the chart. I've got like a small area at 140 to 133, and then there's a gap, and then 150. I don't know if you have anything, Mario.
Not really. I mean, like, you have this last pivot area was like 33 to what is the top of this node, like 47, and then yeah, it's you have an edge at, like you said, 15 to 10. I'm surprised we're not seeing like any lift here.
Tatum. What's your full range on NQ now? I want us over 45s if we're actually going to get lift, or this will just become a resistance. And we continue to grind down, right? Let's see, NQ reach, up, build, push, retest. It's a lot. Man, it has been non-stop raining. It's 3.
Yeah, it's fine here today. That's how it has been, though. It's been more like random here, though. Like it just like randomly started raining yesterday.
Mud.
Fed Schmidt said better balance in jobs market is needed for price stability, and the current state of monetary policy is appropriate.
On yes, Nick? You? On.
Fed Schmidt says, I would like to see a much smaller Fed balance sheet, and it's important for the Fed to tolerate interest rate volatility, wage growth signals ongoing labor market imbalance, and the bank reserves abundant and Fed balance sheet cuts are not causing strain. Job sector is
Dude,
strong
it is
and
the
the
banana
economy is
pattern.
growing above
Huge.
trend. Inflation levels are still too high. Economic resilience creating monetary policy uncertainty. And Fed Schmitz urges patience on interest rates until clear inflation is ebbing to 2%. Large Fed balance sheet depressing market rates.
Yeah, I mean, there's really, if 57s aren't going to hold, there's probably not a ton here until we test 46. Right, you see what I mean? We just look off of value here in this node. Like, this is kind of like your last off the 5 doesn't hold, 55, 57. You just have this fill here. And then we just trade between that 46 to edge. So we want to see a lift here soon. We're just waiting on the Russell to find a low, honestly.
That's not true.
I'm not muted. Oh, maybe on YouTube? No, I'm not muted. What? We need to see a look back up on 57s like relatively soon. Trap these guys off sides if it's going to do anything, right? And then we can do something like that. But it's just so slow down here. We need the Russell to find a low. NQ still holding our balance. As long as this 22 is holding, then I'm not too uncomfortable. If it doesn't, then we have room. Just, again, waiting on RTY to figure it out. If we get the look back up and RTY can make a higher low, it'll be our first sign of relief. If not, then just slow grind down. Terrible trading. Oh, I don't think we fill that gap today, Nick. But that's like structurally, that's what we've got. So it's one of those things where just kind of relying on the Russell to let me know. That gap is down to 115, bro. There's no way we're making that move. I'm personally like more so like long orientated here than short. I just am waiting on RTY to show if it wants to bottom out. Like NQ is holding my pivot, right? So it's just waiting on the Russell to get its shit together so the market can move together.
Testing back 57. Honestly, I'd like to see a clear 60.
Yeah, it needs to.
But this is first kind of.
Probably moves until RTY comes back up to this 2021, and then we figure out direction. You're trading off the 57 rebid or the 45s on NQ, right? 64s on NQ is your target. 60-64 edge. And 60s, like Mario said, is your first real like offer attempt on ES. Need to see us be able to hold over this. So watch as we approach this on the Russell. Again, just waiting for the Russell to find relief and then like understanding that that's all we need with bottoming there. And then we just look up. Watching 21s here on offer. Why? Tristoff 1. ES has a bit more room. 66, 68 area. Just up the edge of the node. But this is target on NQ, 6450. I think if we can build here, then you can probably trade within this range. See if we can hold here. Right, build out this flag, go for 82s. We can find support here off this node. We can't. It is what it is.
Five seconds here, new 15s. Probably final 15 till turn of the hour.
Russell still showing strength. Little resistance at 21s, but buyers seeming to willing to push. Not bad. Over 22s, then I think we can come back up full. But need to see it. See if the flags can play out. Yes and Q. Recover these nodes. I want to see the Russell be able to hold up here. Nah, I don't think that's bad, man. You don't have to trade every rotation, right? You hit your goal, you're happy. Get the hell out of here. Have a good weekend, man.
Stop here.
Yeah, I just risked off one. Our
I'm
second
hoping
target.
for 68s here. We'll see. I might have to move down per trim for me.
82s on NQ is our target here. 68, 69, 50 is your next level. Above that, 73s. Two 82s. Expect to offer to be here. If we can lift over 69.50 and show it as supportive, then we can trade to 73. Russell still has room, like I was talking about. Over 22s, it can trade up to 25.
Nice Tatum. And my entry down there was so garbo. I've been recently like really liking having just like a completely blank chart where I'm running the actual like trade lines on Tradeovate.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's hard, like on TradingView, like I can see the area,
Yeah.
but like actually seeing it, it's like, oh, like that was actually, it makes improvement a lot easier, I think.
That makes sense.
So give that a shot, guys, if you guys are struggling or want to improve. You don't have to be struggling to improve.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I never really did it before Surf because I've been really trying to tighten things up lately. I'm just running like a completely blank chart with the trade lines on sauce. Because it sometimes gets muddled when I'm just staring at the DOM of like what it actually looked like. And then like I'm still primarily trading up to 3 minutes, so it's like I understand the candle where I'm executing, right? Like even this.
They're at target here on RTY, 25, 26.3. It's coming back up to value, right? Top of our node here, where we saw our seller. Hopefully that makes sense. We have a node. This is where our seller offered last time. You need to build above, reclaim. For continuation, we're going to need to see a push over 60, 26.7, right? Value low. But I'm treating this area as our seller offer until I see it, so that's supportive of.
Yeah, exactly, Surf. Yeah. And like, I am nitpicking, right? I'm like 3 points off the low, who cares? But still, there's a lot of room for improvement on that.
I mean, my entries down there were pretty poor as well, but like things were holding and we were looking for a move.
Yeah.
So it's like, does it? I don't know. I mean, like, would you have held that position if it had broken value low? Probably not.
Well, yeah, no,
Right?
exactly.
So like, I
Yes.
don't know. Here, like, I can show my garbage entries down there. Feel better.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
not like
I
you.
don't feel.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't feel bad about taking it 3 points off the low, but
Yeah.
I think it's a good like learning opportunity kind of thing.
Like that's a 15-second chart though, so it's gonna look a little bit more garbage.
Still.
But, yeah. And then I added once we saw confirmation, and then took off risk, and then moved up, and then yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's the same. Doesn't matter.
Sir, if you actually start paying attention to pose, you'll notice that that happens more often than not.
Oh, for those that aren't in Discord, that's what.
Here, maybe I can do this for you, Surf. I need to switch this account. um.
Shit, I should have moved this down for you guys. It said 25, but I didn't. Or I did draw it, but it just wasn't on the label. It goes back to what I was saying yesterday, where it was like, we know it's a bit choppy, but like as long as like we have a plan in mind and we have a risk profile that we are trading and we have like the variables that we're looking for playing out, like I'm fine staying in. I'm not gonna add, but like I know what I'm looking for, and then like I'll add once we get the 57 hold, like I said, and then like that's where I added, and then we push up. But like I will take on my initial size here, and I'll stop out if I see things not doing what I want them to do, you know? But like trying to get the perfect ticks, like entry is like, I don't know. Like my idea.
So, Sauce, on what you just posted, like, that's obviously, and you've been around long enough to know that that's something I used to really struggle with, right? It's just making so many trades. Yeah, I've been working on it a lot over the last, well, like this year and last year, like halfway through last year, right? And my advice is just really trusting your structure. Like, there are a lot of times where we get, like, even today right here, right? We build out 2 bottom nodes, and then we have our primary, like, POC node. I'm looking at ES. I mean, NQ is basically the same. But just understanding that, like, if we get in here, we should make the rotation, and I don't need to trade that, right? Like, yes, we can take, you know, sides off into an edge, but not feeling bad about adding back on in the same area on confirmation, and then, like, holding to the structural target. And for you that might be zooming out a little bit, well, like, that was same thing yesterday, right? Like, the second we got over 5230 on ES, like, I just started slamming sides because I was like, we're gonna go 20 points here, right? I was like, if ES goes 20 points, like, I'm gonna slam NQ size because this is an opportunity for me to capture a large range that makes sense structurally. So something to just think about. Like you can still trade within it, but not being afraid to like, oh, this edge is resistance. Okay, I'm gonna trim. Oh, it's holding now. Okay, I'm slapping it back on. I will post that one from yesterday again.
We were just waiting for RTY to find that low, right? Like NQ was holding, and that we saw like a slowdown. So like, that's why I felt a bit comfortable, and that's what I was talking about the entire time during that low as well. It's like just waiting for RTY. NQ's holding our low. Like if we broke 22s, I would have left on NQ or on ES because of NQ. Because then it's like, okay, the whole entire market feels like shit, and we're gonna get a continuation down because Russell's not finding a low. There's no sort of like buy side pressure at all, and Tech can't help us. So it's like you have both pulling in one direction. Like I'm out. But like as long as we're facing into my structure that I have labeled, like, okay, I don't know. Just look for reclaim, push. And then like where do we risk off? Well, risk off into Russell distance, right? Like if the Russell helped the relief, where is it going to find resistance? Trade into that. Exit. Repeat. Speaking of Russell, watch this 20 area again. See if a bid steps in. I think like Mario and I both looked for trades down here, but again, like the reclaim of 57s and the reclaim of 45s on NQ was a great entry, a better entry with confirmation, right? And that's where I added as well. But like you don't need to be in, but like if you see something that makes sense to you in your narrative and with what you're watching, like there's nothing wrong with taking that. The only thing that's wrong is if you don't have a stop in place and validation for your idea, right? Never wrong to put risk on in an area that you think might play. It's wrong when you leave that position open after that your narrative has after what it hasn't played out. And there might not have been a great looking trade for you down there as an individual, not like you specifically, but that's fine. Like waiting for that higher low on the right side of the V, right, is totally acceptable and what we've taught and what was drawn on chart.
I'd like to see an ability to lift here off 60 again.
Yeah, one RTY to hold this 20 as well. 45s and Q. I could see us maybe having to do like 2 more rotations to fix this poor structure in EOS. Just like choppy ranges before we actually figure it out. I will be right back.
Watching 65, yes. Node edge, halfway back. Like to see 68s to 70s trade again. 0 tick here. NQ POC. If we can make our full rotation and don't put a lower high in here, I would like to see a higher high, honestly, and like fill ES imbalance to like 77. There's your 68s. Any longs there should be trimmed. Trading back into 70. Like I said, I would really like to see a higher high here. I would kind of put like a capstone on this low rotation. Still watching Russell towards 25.5 to 26.5. Nice off 70. In continuation though. Yeah, well, I told them that we had a free week and nobody showed up.
Fed Schmidt says we're at a bumpy stage now with inflation.
You're playing off the 45s. Just remember, like 94s, kind of our scoff here. 82's first target, or 201 above on an. I'm not sure above that. 45s, 64.75, 82s, and then we have our zone at 201. Okay. Nothing's changed. Rotations have been really nice down here on NQ. I think 73s holds, then 76.50 looks viable. Just watching to see if the Russell double tops here. 25s. Oof.
Fed Schmidt says reason to think rates will stay higher for longer.
That's not what you need to say right here, buddy. Say
Exactly.
we're doing infinite cuts.
But he knew we were at the pivot. That's what we used to say. What are we looking for in RTY? I don't hate this as long as we're holding like for push. Don't want us to go much lower. I want this to just hold. I want us to go lower than slow. What we're looking for is acceptance or off. I'm getting such a bad migraine. Holy. That just came out of nowhere. Long rip? I've never understood the weed for pain. You guys ever like? Do you feel like pain relief? I never understood like the medical use of it. I've never really experienced that with marijuana at all. Never. I don't know.
I think it's like ibuprofen.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Where like it's not. It's just like relaxing. Some things. But I agree in terms of like. It's definitely not like a painkiller. But I would call it a reliever.
Well, it sounds like you have too much of it, man. I want to cut down size to about 1/6 of what your last use. Yeah, Nick, go watch go for a walk, man. Get out of here. Don't even watch the market. Follow your rules. You made your money. Vincent clean like he was an addict. Tried it once, threw up. I'm clean, by the way. Ah, yes. There's one thing weed doesn't need to be is stronger now. Holy. Some of these strains, man. Yeah. Later, Nick. Have a good weekend. Every other day? Hello? I think your tolerance might just be a little much. Got that Snoop tolerance.
There he is.
Are you just watching those deltas on like 69 to like, I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's like a lot of stacking here in
Yeah.
70, but it's getting taken pretty quickly. I'm flat here.
Yeah. I feel like we're just waiting on RTY. I need to come down, feel that imbalance, then pop, if anything. I don't know. 73 was
I
target,
don't-
so, you know.
I don't like these pauses. Like,
Yeah.
I would like to see a lift and like clear at least like some of these first imbalances, like the NQ into 200 and
At 2:30 p.m.
Yes, towards
Eastern Time, we
77.
expect comments from Fed's Bostic, who gives a speech and participates in a moderated conversation on housing at the Confronting America's Housing Crisis: Solutions for the 21st Century. Text and Q&A are expected.
I do agree. Like RTY is gonna need to come like towards 26.5 like 27.5 if that's
Yeah.
if we're gonna get it.
Can I pull up the footprint? Yeah, I can pull it up. For ESNIC? Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's going to be useful. I can pull it up. This is what I was talking about with these deltas that are here. We have this imbalance below that we can fill. So just kind of keeping an eye for short-term directionality based off of this. I want to see like what happens on an offer that looks to me will probably just be transacting. So really just keeping an eye to see if buyers are willing to continue to just like put size on here. Or if not, then it makes sense to come down to 63.50 to 150, find some liquidity, and then look.
Well, underlying check-in as well. Nvidia is still trading lows while Microsoft and Apple have traded back into value. Apple just hitting its head on POC. If you see that lift like market wide, it should come up through VWAP, but ultimately you want to see value high. And Microsoft through this LVN towards like 422.70. But any failures here, it'll be shown quite well on those names as well if it can't get those looks over.
Go for the liquidity and then get me out of here. Yeah, I feel like I've been listening.
At 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Bostic, who gives a speech and participates in a moderated conversation on housing at the Confronting America's Housing Crisis: Solutions for the 21st Century. Both text and Q&A are expected.
We pinned the Monster Cat login somewhere. Really?
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is
Fed's Bostic doesn't comment on rate outlook in the prepared text.
All right, there we go.
I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take
So it's like, for me, this is buy or last chance, just off of what we were talking about off the footprint. Like this 63 to 60. This 6150, yeah. Like I really want to see a lift, and then I'd want to see a push over like 70s, or it just feels terrible.
Yeah, if this holds, we need to put a higher high in.
I'm just being honest, I got you here. You just ride the wave till you disappear. Unrequited love, I can't take it. Kill me more than once, leave a trail of tears.
Wish there was something like a voice thing that said like historical data shows 90% strength in shape. Historical data 90%.
The US warns that China is
Shoot.
providing Russia with drone and missile components.
I wish it was like we can.
And it's too naive of a
Yeah.
look at what's actually happening. If it was that easy, it would exist.
Yeah. But you can probably. I think probably like the best thing.
NYMEX natural gas May futures.
Let me
settle at
think on that, Nick, and
$1.77.
then I'll respond.
NYMEX diesel May futures settle at $2.68 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at $2.80 a gallon.
So like what I guess the question I have to ask you is what would you be inferring from that information? Because if you were looking at a profile on that high of a time, what are you able to take away from that?
And NYMEX WTI
something for
crude
your
May
trading.
futures settle at $85.66 a barrel. That's up 64 cents or 0.75%.
Because if you can answer that question, I can probably give you a better solution. Again, we hold this tail and see an aggressive bid happen right now, or we're going for that like 57.55, in my opinion. Like,
There's lower
yeah,
reversal.
like, it's just doesn't make sense. The 61.63 was like, to me, needed to hold here. Just not a huge fan of it anymore. Even if the Russell bottoms, like, I'll have to wait. No, you're getting a little bit of relief from NQ at 45s again. Such a clutch level, but Russell's still not showing that low. Look at this as an offer now on ES. The reason why I asked you to define it a bit more, Nick, of like what you would be looking for out of it, is because like there's probably another tool that does what you're looking for way easier. Like a fucking MA might be able to do exactly what you want to understand, because it's like, are you trying to determine trend, are you trying to determine like, you know, like what is the thing and how are you going to use said information? Because there's probably a tool already that helps with that. Because if it's just like understanding like buyer node and shape, right? Like that's pretty easy to define by just like understanding where the POC is within that value range and within the structure. So like if you're looking at like a P profile or a B profile, lowercase or uppercase, like where's the POC within that structure? Is it at the end, like is it closer to the low or the high of the structure, right? And on like a double distribution, is POC at the high end of the node, right? The top node or the bottom node? Like you can kind of pretty easily determine buy side or sell side, understanding like where the majority of the volume was traded and what happened after them, right? So like there's definitely stuff that you can get from it, but you're never gonna find something that's like 90% strength. Like that doesn't make. But you can definitely infer. I think like really what you're looking for is a volume based, not delta based footprint on like a higher time frame, honestly. That 63.50, 61.50 held his offer. Just talking about that. Russell still just selling channel down. NQ coming back to our 45s. Let's see if it breaches on this test.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect.
When ES, sometimes looking back on 1 month volume profile, I may not always remember to look back since scalping work came that is very textbook. Okay. So are you from the monthly structure? Are you, where are we? Are we still inside that monthly D profile structure, or are we retesting it from the exterior, from the edges? Because like,
Sounds to me you just need to set alerts.
yeah, I still like I'm having a hard time understanding how you would use the information. But like it seems like you need to have a higher time frame chart that you reference in the morning to like understand where we are and where we could go, and then have alerts at those levels. Like, I'll always have a higher time frame chart with our larger structure. just so we have a better understanding of where we are narrative-wise. It's pretty important. And like just take 15 minutes on a Sunday to mark a chart up.
Nvidia breaking down here. Apple still hanging out at POC. Microsoft testing middle node value low. See Russell continuing to channel.
Can't keep my head on my shoulders. It's like I'm losing myself. I still see your shadow on the wall. Like I'm living in hell. Touchdown in a new place, trying to escape your poison. And I hate that I miss a mistake. I'm tired of your ghost, but I don't wanna run away. I can't believe I fell for all of it and it was a show. I know it's toxic, but it just don't feel like letting you go.
Sweeper.
But you play a game, I can't escape. I'm caught up in the middle. You're running through my head, and all the things we said. I wish I could.
POC NQ here. Yes, level same as before. You need over 65 and honestly higher high, or else if this is lower high, I would expect us to trade back into the lows. New 15s here. Last 15 till final hour.
We want the Russell to be able to flag here.
Brent crude futures settle at $90.45 a barrel. That's up 71 cents or 0.79%.
I'm a big fan of your 25-cent take profit on NQ. Can't lose. Okay, wait.
Fed Bostic says 2024 outlook is one rate cut towards the end of the year.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna do this sauce, but I will now that people are making fun of you.
Bostic says, I am not in a hurry to cut interest rates.
I like only kind of understand. I feel like a lot of it can be inferred by where we are in relation. So like you should know if it's buy side or not because what is price done since that area, right? But like we have an indicator that shows levels and previous areas of value on both the weekly, the monthly, daily. Right? So like as we come back and retest that area, if we're above it, you should consider it bullish. Right? If we're below it, you should consider it bearish. That's what I mean by like inferring. But I don't know like what an algo would do. I guess you mean indicator when you say that. It's like an algo, that's not like a trading strategy, right? There's nothing there. You need a full rule set for an algo to sense. Even for an indicator, to give a signal, you have to have a rule set. But like just like finding supportive and resistant nodes is pretty easy. Just like where are we in relation to where price accumulates last? Classic NQ 56-second trade. Easy.
Sometimes it just works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Fed Bostic says inflation will keep easing, but slower than we would like.
The only time I want to trade it.
So, Surf, I like, granted, once again, well, and you know this, like, I am very, like, ES purist still. But if there's a point where we're, like, balancing on ES and the range is really defined on NQ, just this is gonna sound stupid, but if you just trade the edges of the range and like really wait for the edges, like you can take advantage of the balance, and then the speed is actually a benefit. I agree, like in trend, if you're trying to find a counter trend trade in trend, like good luck, buddy. Yeah, that's also true as well, Ty, I think. No, I agree. What I would say, Surf, is like utilizing it to your benefit, because if you are actually interacting at an edge on it, you're going to see almost an instant response if you're right, which is one of the nice things about it. And like if you're in and you get a little pause and you're not like getting that lift or offer whatever direction you're looking for, like you can be really quick to like, okay, reevaluate. So this is even scary. I don't run one.
Yeah, you can't. You can't.
Like you could say like, okay, like you're taking like a 10-point stop.
So
And that's
arbitrary. Yeah.
Equivalent to like an ES4 if you're looking dollar wise, but like you're either in the edge or you're not. And like I said, if you don't like some of these lows, like if you come in and you're hitting the edge and you don't get that insta lift, like you gotta just be like, okay, maybe I'm not right.
Yeah, you're right or you're wrong. It is what it is. Welcome to the
Versus,
market.
like, yes, you can churn that level a little bit, and you have to be like much more passive with when you're moving up, and like there's more churn. Where NQ, it's like you're in there and you either got the entry or you didn't, and you have to be. It's like willing to accept that. I think now, like interacting with NQ more, like I think where people are really getting smashed on is where they're not willing to accept that they're wrong, and like then they hold and then they're down 100 points.
About that, I talk about it all the time. It's like you see exactly what you want to see when you entered, and why you're entering is you have a narrative, right? If you don't see it, you leave. You reevaluate. If you see again what you thought, like if the setup persists, attempt again. But like if you don't see the reaction that you were hoping for, if you're not playing with the participant that you thought you were, then like why are you still in the trade? Talk about it all the time. Like if the whole idea is that objectively at these edges we're going to see buyers and sellers that are interacting and wanting to move price, like okay, well you should fucking see that then. And if it doesn't happen, then like what are you doing?
I think what Mikey just posted too is like a really, I'm glad you're doing that, Mikey, now. Or like learning, like your rule set is good. It can show how it's like a very simple rule set, but also very complex. And that's how you make sure you're in the right stuff. Top of range here, ES, NQ back towards POC. Must lift here, or I do think we see a lower low.
Want Russell over 1660? Still just offering in the exact same area. 6150, 6350. There are definitely traders who run like 100-point stops on NQ, but like, why?
I don't get it.
Like, why? Just like you were wrong. You're not right. You were wrong. Take the small L, get a better entry.
It's such a mental hurdle there too, because like if you do something like that and you're running, like say you're basically then like buying an offer or resistance in a bullish scenario, and you have to understand that as we come back in and you're back to break even. It doesn't feel good because you haven't made any money.
Yeah.
And then like it's so hard, at least for me, like that mental of like, no, I need to cut this at break even as my target. Like,
Yeah. And like the only way
I
it
would
works
regret-
is if you're like pyramiding in as it's
Yes.
pushing with a stop that is staying consistent. But like to me, I don't know, it just seems so counterintuitive. I guess it works for some people. I don't know. I don't know if my heart could take that. Later, Tatum. Ooh, another really nice free offer from 63.50. Back down bottom of range. See if the Russell can hold a higher low, or if this is it. They're offering at 11. It's bad. Right to our 55s. Good job. This is value low on NQ. Down into our 2250, 2650, 25 area. I feel like a last ditch attempt for buy side. We have like two options here where we get a sweeper down, and then we look for a reclaim of value for a push back up to 45s, or it just continues to melt. And we have target down at 71. Watching for these two reactions here. Either a look below, kind of a trapped seller at the lows, and then a buyer reclaims for a pop. At the 22, yeah, 2250 still look good. Let's see. Or we'll get like a strong offer and then down. So just keep an eye for this. Russell coming down into that liquidity at 11s that I was talking about.
Biden says his message to Iran is don't.
Okay. Oh boy.
And Biden further says, we are
Hell
devoted
yeah.
to the defense of Israel and Iran will not succeed.
Okay.
So funny. Holy shit.
He's just a poor old man. Hey, you! Don't. Okay. NQ looking back into structure. ES needs 55. NQ 13. Don't. That's how I feel during class sometimes. Just don't.
Easy.
It's quite simple. Just don't.
I'm not sold on this low yet. I mean, if you're in NQ, great job, right? 2250, 26, great entry. Target 45s. I need to see a bit more on the Russell for me to feel comfy.
Yeah, ES feels like it wants to lift here,
Yeah.
but like it needs to go. And same thing, I've been talking about this entire like since we put that 72, 73 test in. Like we need to see a higher high. Like if this trades back to 60 and rejects, like sad times.
There's just been so many people sitting at this 150 on NQ. We'll see. Hopefully it'll pop, but just wouldn't be expecting more than that 45, 50 unless you see a sweeper step in. Yeah, 150. Excuse me. How much time do we have left? Oh my god. Or
Yeah. 55 minutes.
Here's your sweep. See if they can hold that 45.50 now and rebid. On this look over. Not so much. Watching 35s on NQ. If that holds. Offer. Still just holding here. I really wanted Russell to have one last leg down, but if it gets over 14.4
Biden
and
says
shows
he
a bid,
expects an attack
then
on
it's
Israel
fine.
sooner, not later.
Just kind of watching these two edges that I have drawn, looking for either a supportive hold or offer below, or actual direction. Again, I really think NQ is the viable thing to try to be scalping, unless you're in from like the 50-50 off of PVC, or shorting 57s, like the two edges, right? Going down into that 35 now. See if they pull. I mean, 35s are good so far. I feel like Sweeper's gonna step in though. I don't know. Don't touch it. My opinion. Need a lift over 45s for any sort of continuation here. If you're in from 35. This is your next level. Remember, 45 to 50. You just see a lift and then a hold. Want that to be defended if it's ever going to be real. How many times? I find this a bit more now. Can we just put RTY at 11, please, so we can figure out what we want to do. Hell yeah. Taken. See what they do now.
New 15's just opened.
Yeah, man, welcome to my world.
Range test there.
Buyer's still willing to take at 11. Lowe's holding across the board. Went right down to our liquidity offered at 50s on ES. Just need to see a bit of follow through here, or it is a nothing burger. Range persisting on NQ, of course. Playing off this 11, we can hold on RTY. I mean, to be honest, Roy, you don't get a ton from the story, and you get some like it's good for the balance, but like the XP stuff doesn't really matter. We're definitely not the same level, and I've been playing like 4 more days than you. So I can't answer your question because every part of it was. Oh. Are you doing the other stuff though? Like the tower? Tower, you get a ton of XP. So you're just like leveling up your characters, right? I've also come in first in like 3 of the PvP tournament. Decent reward. I think like the juiciest content, honestly, for it's all in like the Star Expedition stuff. That's where I do like, that's where I spend most of my time, to be honest. In the Pathfinder and in Mind's Crisis. Like I've been in first now 4 times in Mind Crisis. And the Pathfinder Expedition, you get a ton of mats. Levin's holding, pushing, looking for 14.4 on RTY. If we can push over this most recent high here. Taking off 1. Looking for continuation though. This buyer from 11s. Out one more here into 14s.
So ES testing 60. Really, we want acceptance up over towards 64. I like to see it happen pretty quick. This will probably be my last like rotation attempt to trade on the day. If we can't like lift here, just watch what happens.
You don't like the AI generated responses? Dude, the value is bonding with your pixel wife.
Yeah, come on, Rory.
The
Not a
war,
big
man.
bonder.
Yeah, what are you doing?
So at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Feds Daily, who participates in a fireside chat at the 2024 FinTech Conference, the evolution of FinTech, AI payments, and financial inclusion. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Wow, that's how you feel?
Just trade whatever you like, Rory.
Shortly expecting comments from Feds Daily.
You have MOC here in a second. Actually, 40 seconds. One more RTY here. Looking for 17.5 for final target. Waiting for that Russell buyer. Dude's been so patient at 11s, man.
Seeing comments from Fed's Daily with this week's CPI report. It's a good time to remind people that the Fed is not data point dependent. Labour market is strong and inflation is not falling as rapidly as last year. It says there is absolutely no urgency to adjust the policy rate.
At Ty for his last 10-minute trade.
Fed's Daily says I need to be fully confident inflation is coming down to 2% before considering a rate cut.
What's the trade that'll get him to 140?
It says the economy and policy rates is in a good place.
Go for grilled fish sauce.
Says there's a lot of work to do before we can be confident. Fez Daily says there's too much discussion of how many rate cuts rather than what are we trying to accomplish. Says we are on track to bringing inflation down to 2% as gently as we can. Says there's no reason to be surprised by bumps.
Yeah, so then don't do it. What?
Says we will maintain policy stance as long as necessary.
I mean, it feels like. Get out of here. Yeah, no, I get you. This actually needs to be moved down to 17. Jesus.
As we have posted the CFTC positions in the week on April 9th on the feed, just noting the speculators increasing their net short 10-year Treasury note futures to the highest in over a year, as per CFTC.
Did we just not do MOC on open anymore? When did that start happening?
I think it was probably just because Fed speaker had priority on.
I think he hasn't
announcement
said
there.
it in a while. He only does close now. Yeah, the amount of posturing that's going on right now in the Middle East is insane. Weekend will be interesting.
Bottom of range here. Yes. And Q almost there.
Me out.
Lock. Don't. It should just say don't. Place trade. Don't. All right, now that sauce is out,
Let's go.
let's get us out of this range.
Take me to 17. Nice.
Just stay low, test here in Q.
Let's rustle in the target from 11s, 17. Move your stops up or risk off into it. Get continuation maybe up to 68 Sunny S if we want any higher, but just beware. It is 63.50. So I'm gonna sell her here quite a bit. Guys, imagine just waiting for market to find that low. Crazy. Yeah, true. As your resistance on NQ. Over this, so you can look back to 23s from earlier, but 94.2015 is our offer. Buddy, I thought you locked up. Hello? We psyched him out by saying it was gonna pump
I
as soon as we...
know, he's on paper. Here, I'll make you feel.
Oh, it was
way
paper.
better.
Oh.
All right, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yep.
I'm done. That's it.
You're basically just looking for the Russell now to be able to hold here for any sort of continuation if you are still trying to squeeze any more out of this. For a push up to 21s. I'm out of the trade though. We hit resistance across the board. Just watch this 63.50, 61.50 on ES. See if our bid will stay there where our offer was previously. See if 17s will hold on the Russell. Yada yada.
Reminder: go through all of your DOMs and exit a market and cancel. Especially with these ranges, if you have any rando resting orders, this is not where you want to get tagged. I don't think it applies to everything. I think it's only by DOM. It does? Okay, well. I still go to every single one.
I do as well.
I'm
That
not
won't
playing that
change.
game.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that one
it's-
doesn't. Okay, that makes sense.
That's the one I use. Just click every dom.
Yeah, same.
Crazy if you think I'm relying on that one button.
This is the Primo setup.
Yep. Yeah, surely that's what they did. Ugh. 63.50 bid, yes. 17 bid, RTY, right? Everything's doing what we thought it would. It's coming back up to the highs. If you are still trading, again, just move your stops up and yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna manage your trade. I'm out. Nice.
Market on close imbalance, 1.5 billion to the buy side.
This is how I transacted for those that aren't on Discord and didn't see me post. It's 11. Sec. enough, yeah. Doing. All right. You guys have a good weekend. Morning felt pretty ass, but we got it together.
In this afternoon, like honestly, that sell rotation I thought felt really bad. I took so many break evens looking for like rotations off pivots that just did not happen. But the longs felt really good.
Mm-hmm.
You took 3 break evens today. That's crazy, Kev. A third of my trades were break evens. I think leaving's fine, Sus. I've shared this before, but like when I get on, I feel like we can generally get a quick rotation in that half hour from like 11:30 Central to noon. You can do the math on your time zone. And then when there's usually nothing during the hour, so you can go like really like peer in deeper into the market, get good reads, and then the 1 Central reversal time post lunch is good trades.
All right. I guess I have to stay here for another 5 minutes. Fortunate. Built out this lower node decently. See, Nikki. Shit.
Two minutes. Make sure to go eat your eggs, guys. Most important meal of the day.
Does what I said on the morning plan that I gave make a lot more sense now that you look at it? Acceptance outside of this balance, retesting, failure, push down, 84 rejection. Right, now we're just rotating between. This make more sense now that you look at it from what we were talking about in the morning? Yeah, right. Failure to get back in, push down, target.
Ding, ding, ding. What a week.
What a week.
All right, guys. I don't really have anything for you. Good day. Good day yesterday. Good week. Tomorrow's gonna be another good week, or next week's gonna be another good week. Guess tomorrow's the same week. Don't listen to me. My head is empty. That's good, Cinch.
Am I in Riley? I have 25 shares left in Riley. I know I should probably
I feel
turn
like
off
I
the
got
alerts.
crushed today. I mean, I've talked about this, but I'll probably put a video out. I mean, it's just balanced at these lows. They're good trades, but like you just have to buy the bottom and sell the top. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm in from here at 15. I just sell every time we push into 25s. But actually,
All right, everybody. Goodbye.
This is what its rotation does. Talk about a D profile. Yeah, it's just forever a short. Here, let me see if I can pull up. Give me a sec. Those alerts are from a few weeks ago. Maybe a month. But we were looking for a squeeze. I mean, I guess we got it, but I was looking for a bit more. So I left a runner just in case. But, you know. How do I show this? It's just like this. Image can't be pasted because it's way too long. From my mobile. Maybe this will work. Yeah, there you go. So I was just like averaging it below is getting the pop up, and then I just sell into this high. But I should really turn off the alerts. There's no reason to have them on anymore. I'm not like actively playing it. Yeah, it would be nice. I'll probably add again. Let's do a fixed range on it, actually. I haven't looked at this in a minute. But it's just in like such a nice balance that every time we reclaim, you see this 18 here? That's why I've got this alert here. You've got this really nice range where you're basically just looking for excess on the edges, right outside of this area. You're selling into this, you're looking for buys down here, and then you have confirmation on the reclaim. You see it happen over and over again. We're just looking for these pops. But these 15 lows are so good. Every time we come down in here, it's just like... And if you go to the weekly, like there's just someone actively participating here. And they just actively sell every time we come up into this. It's just, it is what it is. Yeah, it's a really nice range. Mario's been playing options on it because of it. Like when things are like super defined like that, it's just one of those trades you don't have to really worry about all that much. What is Riley Track? It's a company. The garbage company. But there was a bunch of DD like that was posted from someone that we like, who's good with like short squeeze stuff, and just like, yeah. So we got in after ER on the dump and then played it up. And then I added again here, played it up. balance or trend? Balance. But like it's a break of balance, right? Like it's trend, but then it was balanced. Both. You know what I mean? It's what do we have? We have a lower B. So tomorrow or Monday should decide. The most bearish response would be a retest of this, and then like a really aggressive rejection now at this lower, and then a push for this gap, right? Like that's like your bearish response is a break of balance now. Even at 84s, it'd be pretty harsh. We'll have to see. I'm just glad we got new numbers, man. Been trading this same range now. For how long? Holy. Since March 11th. So yeah, like we're just considering this basically as balance. So this is a breach, and we'll look to see how we react afterwards now that this has all been filled. I don't know, maybe that was enough. You know, we went for the VPOC at 55s, found liquidity immediately. So I don't know. Maybe a war with Iran this weekend will do something. Who knows? I'll have new levels and chart and all that posted though for now that we've cleaned this thing up. We've been using the same one for now, like actually 4 weeks. So definitely needs to be cleaned. All right, you guys have a good one. If you could post P&L in the P&L channel, that'd be amazing. Seemed like a decent amount of people got funded today. Love you all. Goodbye.